I can't tell which I like more. Do I like it up here? Yes, this is the one I did myself. I showed you the other day. It was like copper. But I fixed it. I was nervous. I was like, why is this turning blue? I was like, what's happening? But I fixed it. Okay, now I need to do something annoying again. I need to open... It was literally, I was like, Asa, I was fine with it being like ginger kind of tone, and then it like turned purple, and I was like, what am I gonna do? Because for the vampire look this year, I wanted to have this hair color. Like I wanted to do like blonde and black. Like I wanted that to be the look for the vampire, because I do a vampire look every year. And I was like, well, I'm just not gonna do a vampire look then if this flops. I was scared for my life. I was like, please no. But in the meantime, no, they really do. We need to get into this game and we need to finish it today because we are on a very tight schedule with TwitchCon. Yeah. I'm not stressed or anything. Why am I hungry? I just ate. I literally just ate. I ate. Hi, Oscar. Hi, Safety. It's tight. Tight, isn't it? How dare you? Please. No, like, I actually just ate. Like, I ate food. Okay, Steam, can you please cooperate? Like, nothing on my PC is cooperating right now. Like, you guys are out to get me. Also, today's stream, let's not talk about our body hair and talk about our body parts in the chat. If you're horny, do your thing. Don't let me know. Like, just don't. Send me money. Then, you know. I don't need all the intricacies. Where is Steam? Steam is literally not opening for me. So, you know, that's fun. Karma's got its kiss for me. Okay, what the fuck? Is it Tuesday? No. It's Monday. Oh my god, Marshall's not gonna be here till fucking 11 o'clock because that man's gonna be watching wrestling. Like, I did this to myself. Like, I literally made him obsessed with wrestling, and now he is like, I hate women, I'm gonna go watch wrestling and drink my beer on the couch. This song right now, please. You know you want to. Asa, thank you so much for being here. I love you so much. I wish you were going to TwitchCon. Thank you, House Marin. How you doing? Thank you. I did this wig myself. Because I never would wear it. So I was like, why not make it into something that I would actually wear? And now I would wear it. Shiny hunting, slay. Okay, I'm gonna mute my desktop audio because it's gonna be... Actually, no. I'm sorry, this is gonna be very loud. Everyone turn down your volume when I count to 0 and then turn it back up in a matter of seconds. I'm so sorry. I'm just 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. If I hear a complaint about it being loud, I'm literally giving you a 10-second warning. 3, 2, 1. There's no need for that Steam Big Picture. Like, there's really not, but they do it anyways. Hi, Chris. Like how loud can you hear it go? Womp, 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 womp. Like, please. Have class. Look, the opening of this game is gonna be loud too. Listen. Okay, it was not as loud as I think it was gonna be. Can the game be captured, please? Hi, Victor. Where? Okay, I'm gonna do full screen window for a second. Thanks, Steam Big Picture. You're doing amazing, my sweets. Why the fuck? Capture any full screen application. IDGAF. Like, come on. Let's go. I'm fucking waiting here. Hi, Laser Jesus. Oh my god, why is it not capturing the fucking game? Hello? Do you like video games? I don't understand. Okay. Gotta go old reliable style, I guess. Properties. Capture specific window. Resident Evil. Okay. So, you know what we're gonna do is we're gonna remove it and then we're gonna add it. See, when people say streaming is easy, yeah. Tell me that again and then do this yourself. You beast. Literally, where is the game? Hello.
A dragonfly.
Can a girl play her fucking video game? So true. Dakota ship for supremacy. Okay, we're playing windowed game mode today. Because this game is shit. So we're gonna do it like this. Because I said so. Bob in your mouth? You want a bob, like a bob? Let me get the bob. I'll get my red bob out, my Delta wig. No, don't do that. Okay. Send Bobs. When I get giant mommy milkers, I'm afraid for all of you.
Resident Evil 0.
It's gonna happen one day. Send Bob the drag queen. So true. Like Bob for apples because it's fall. True, 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 true. Good morning, Maddie. All right, everybody set a timer. Let's see how long Maddie stays in the stream. Sorry, that was nasty. I don't remember what we were doing in the game. Like, we literally played this 2 days ago and I already forgot. That's not real. It's a fake cigarette. It's a fake cigarette. What if it was real and I just did that? I get the guide ready. I just don't remember what we were doing. I remember we were supposed to do something important and I was like, I'll say I'm good for next time. I'm good. Oh, it's the battery on the outside. We just got the power. Did we? Was that? Huh? Should I watch my own VOD? Ooh, I used to love candy cigarettes. That's probably why I got addicted to actual cigarettes. But I was like, like I used to like role play with my friends on the beach. Like, oh, I'm such a beautiful woman smoking a cigarette. And then I would eat it like a crazy person. I would role play everything. Like anywhere, anytime when I was a kid. I would role play literally everything. What items do we have? Like, what is the... Okay, we need to put the ink ribbon back down. Does it seem louder than usual? I feel like it wasn't this loud yesterday. Very loud for some reason. So I think the last thing we did was the power. Ah! Something in my eye. Oh, there was a button to press use the lift. And I'm a fucking dumbass. Could have done that last time. Well, it's gonna tell me that Rebecca... What does Rebecca even have? Okay.
I'll go.
Yeah.
And then we pulled the switch. My mind. Wait a second. This makes no fucking sense. We did all that to power this lift? I find that very hard to believe. Do we crush Billy with the box? I find that so hard to believe. We can't move it. There's gotta be a gimmick. I thought you were gonna say I drink my piss. I was like, Maddie, we just started. Like, just started. I find this incredibly hard to believe that we did all of that just to do this lift that gets us to an area we've already been at. Like, what does that mean?
Let's go. Yeah.
Is there something in this box? Can we break it? Can I set it on fire? Okay. Can I use the grenade launcher to blow it up? Oh, Jesus. You not even knowing what to do with it. The puzzle? Alright. Well, we're in shambles. I'm literally gonna blow it up. I think that's how you do it. I think you literally have to blow it up. Okay, well, that's not the answer. So, anyways. Good job, Rebecca. We are in quite the pickle. We are definitely in a pickle. Peter Piper did something with the pickle. He didn't. Wait, was Peter Piper gay? What was he doing with pickles? That we need to assess that. Oh, it was a pepper, not a pickle. No, it was a pickle pepper. I'm not crazy. I won't be subjected to being gaslit on the live. Hello, Marshall. Good morning. I'm surprised you're here and not watching wrestling. Oh, I am. Wait. Wait, we just need to get those panels. I like that answer, Donnie. I like that answer. I very much enjoy that answer. Good answer, good answer. I clap. Okay, Rebecca, we can drop this. Like, we don't need to keep this grenade launcher. We're good. Guys, I've never had a pickle. I've had dick. I don't think they're the same. Maybe in geometry class they're the same. I don't think so either. Very interesting. That's odd. Wait, so you're saying the last time it wasn't a pickle? It was someone's wiener? Oh my god. Do you guys know Trolls 3? No, I think it's Trolls 2, the movie that's like a meme. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and he's like, the trolls are eating her, and then they're gonna eat me. Oh my god! That movie's so camp. They make you watch that when you go to film school. I watched it in one class when I was in school. But they use it as an example for a bad movie. They use it as a camp description. Does nobody know Trolls 2? I'm not fucking crazy. You guys don't even know the meme that comes from that movie? Am I that old? Guys, I'm decrepit. No one understanding my Troll 2. Yes, Troll 2, not Trolls 2. I'm so sorry. It's this guy. What's his name? Is he old as fuck now? He doesn't even look the same. Is he George? His name's George. George Hardy. This guy. I had to watch this entire movie when I was a kid. Not a kid, in high school. That was like 50 years ago. Ah! 1990? Oh, wow. Okay, so maybe I am old. All right, let's move on so I don't feel like an old fucking geezer over here. Fuck my life. My boob's showing. Hi, SB. Okay, guys, we need an objective. I don't know an objective right now. Like, I literally am lost. What's the hint? I think there's still bleach in this wig, and I'm just wearing it. Oh, I'll show you a column. I don't know what that means. I just like saying that. Is a thing. And now wait a minute. What the? Who moved it? Who moved it, the box? Who did that? I did. I bleached this wig myself. I did. Who moved the box? Like, actually.
I'll go alone.
Roger.
This wig it's my black human hair unit that I used to use for characters and cosplays, but I never wear it because I usually don't like cosplaying characters that have darker hair, just because I think darker hair on me reads a certain way because I'm so pale. It like really washes me out. So I decided to do this with it because I really like the blonde and black aesthetic of like hair dye jobs, I guess. Oh my god, Snake is in it. Metal Gear. Snake Eater. It's Slay. It's my unit. I need to get another unit soon though, because my blonde one, she's on her way out. Like, she's on her last legs, and I think I really want to go for like, I want to go Liv Morgan hairstyle, like blonde, but it's like a gray ashy color and has like mixes of like black like streaks in it. I think I want to get that type of a unit, like so bad. Tina, the horse is here. I really have no idea where the last one could be. Maybe. I mean, I guess we can go deliver this, and then maybe it'll give us a hint on the last one.
Let's go.
Come on.
Yeah.
Hi, Icy Hot. And hi, MXT. Welcome in, everybody. Everybody. Yeah. Well, this one wasn't blonde before. This one was black, and I had to bleach it up, and it took a while. I think it took like 4 bleach jobs. It's not surviving well. Like, it's fried, but it's not my real hair, so it doesn't really matter. Slay vampire Halloween looks. I do one every year. Vampires are so fun to dress up as. Yes, this is a human hair. This is the one I used to wear all the time because I thought I was like, oh my god, like black hair is my aesthetic. And then I was like, nope, I look ugly with black hair. What the? These enemies are so silly. They're literally just silly monkeys. Hee, silly monkey. I'm going the wrong way. Up. Am I just walking in here and murdering those things and leaving? Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Sitting on a toilet. You guys remember that? That was like bad for us. Remember that era of like memes? So bad. I have a bunch of Harley Quinn looks. I don't know where they went though. I had Harley Quinn from Arkham City. Then I had Harley Quinn from Arkham Asylum. And then I had Harley Quinn from all the Batman games. Arkham Asylum, City, and then the newest one, Arkham Knight. So I had all of them. I don't know where they went though. Like, I really don't. But I have her new Birds of Prey one, and then for PAX East this year, I went as her blazer look at the end of Birds of Prey. That unfortunately some people just don't know the reference about. Like, I don't know. If you're in the chat right now and you haven't seen Harley Quinn, the fantabulous archive of Harley Quinn, no, the Emancipation of Harley Quinn, Birds of Prey, you need to go see it. Like, you need to watch it. It's on HBO Max. You need to go fucking watch it. It's literally a movie about supporting women, celebrating women, the whole crew and cast of it. When the movie came out, there was a huge controversy in the box office because everybody was like, this movie is made by women. And all the guys at the box office, because all the men at the box office are disgusting misogynists, they had so much controversy about it because they were like, this is made by women. This movie isn't great because they're disgusting. Men are not the women. And then everybody went to go see it, and we were all celebrating women, and they said it was it wasn't a good received movie, but then the math came back and it was one of the most best received movies of all time. Like, they like purposefully would lie on articles about the sales of the box office to make it so this female empowerment movie flopped. But TLDR, please go see that movie. Or watch it with me, or we can do a Discord movie night or something, because that is my favorite movie. The fashions, the stunning cosplay, like Margot Robbie, I literally love her more than anything in this world. Have you done cosplay of Poison Ivy before? I did it for competition like a long time ago, but I haven't done it since. Because for me, Poison Ivy is green skin, red hair. I don't like the like cosplay versions of her that are like, I hate more than anything. I love Uma Thurman, but I fucking hate her rendition of Poison Ivy. I think it's the worst rendition of Poison Ivy. I hate when people cosplay that version. I'm like, slap on some green paint and get a red wig and do it that way, because I'm not gonna look at you and fucking think that. I just hate it. I hate that rendition of her so much. It causes me pain. Poison Ivy bag. The way they didn't get that joke is so funny. Hi, Dee. But I kind of want to do like a Poison Ivy look with my natural hair, but I don't know how that would look. No heart. Most people who do movie reviews are men. It's sick. Yeah, and that was the big thing. Like, I remember going to see that movie 3 times. I've never gone and seen a movie back in theaters more than once, because honestly, it's a waste of fucking time. Like, I'm so sorry to people that do it, but like, I'm not gonna waste my fucking time and money to see it 3 times. I'll wait for it to come to DVD or whatever. But I went to see Harley Quinn in that movie because I just love women. Like, and they deserve the world. Can you please? And I just love what the movie stood for. Like, I love that it was like, it was all, the cast and crew and the directors and everybody were women. Like, it just... That, why have we never been here? Hello? Where are we right now? I just heard a squirt noise. Who's squirting? Who is squirting? Lord, what's gonna happen in here? The camera angle right now. I can't. Fighting with the camera. There's a point of interest in here. There's something we need in here. I'm almost positive. I don't need an empty bottle, girl, please. I guess I'll take these herbs, like I don't. Human bodies, dead bodies. Oh my god, I have so many health items. Thank you, Icy. Okay, there's something in this room. Make your presence known. What is the squirting noise? Who is squirting? Do you guys hear it? I'm turning the volume up. There's squirting in here. I would pay to see Billy squirt. I'm so sorry. That's very inappropriate. Can we look up? What is that? It looks like a generator. Dead by Daylight is wondering, did y'all fucking see Dead by Daylight's doing a PUBG collaboration? You guys! We are in shambles. They're doing PUBG and they're doing For Honor. Like, they're catering to their straight market. Stop! I thought we were making strides in the right direction. I thought Into the Rainbow and all of this gay stuff was good. But apparently not. We're gonna do a PUBG chapter! Can you... Okay, wait a second. Wait, I'm drinking. Oh my god, he's out there dying! Why did he just get left? I was left. Hey, Billy. I don't want to be the one, but you literally... Okay, well, I'm running. You're fine. Oh, maybe not. Oh, you have a thing. Girl, use it. See, we're fine. We're fine. We're literally fine. What are you shooting at? What are we shooting at? I'm scared. This is the wrong door. Dream collaboration for Dead by Daylight. Fucking Scooby-Doo.
Roger.
I literally don't care what they have to do. Like, I literally don't fucking care what they have to do. I need them to do a Scooby-Doo chapter. They need Daphne and Velma, Shaggy, and Fred. And it wouldn't be that hard. It wouldn't be that hard with what they're doing with Resident Evil. Hello? Oh, we're back to normal zombies now. I forgot this game has normal zombies and not those, like, wet things. Welcome in, Isabella. No. I don't like seeing movies by myself. And I'm gonna be by myself this Halloween, so I won't be seeing it. Me too, Oscar. Me too. But welcome in, Isabella. So happy to have you. What's this? The vice is gripping a tablet. The handle is missing a vice. I literally have no idea what that... I don't know what that means. Why is he twitching? Can you please? Stay down. I just don't like going to see movies by myself. I know people like enjoying that and going to a movie by themselves, but I just don't enjoy that. I have anxiety about like people looking at me, who's gonna see me, like if I run into people that I know. That's more so it. Like I don't want to run into people that I know at the movie theater and then they're like, oh, who are you here with? And I'm like, yeah, by myself. Nope. I would literally rather die than say that to somebody that I know. I don't like seeing IRLs either. So I'm fine. I'm literally good. I wish like my community and my friends that are online were closer because I fucking hate every IRL here. There's not one IRL I could say that I like. I need to move. Okay, well, here's the hint. The vice is gripping a tablet. The handle is missing, rendering the vice unusable. Nobody cares. Like, what is this vice? I don't understand what this vice is. The fuck is a vice? I don't understand. The IRL moment. Happy York Stan, welcome in. I'm afraid to go to the theaters because my boyfriend's sister got lice in the movie theater once. No. Okay, safety. Also, fuck you. Your boyfriend's hot. Literally, fuck you. Can I get a piece of that? Can you please? Oh my Jesus. Rebecca's dying again. Nobody's surprised. Okay, can I go behind the bar? I'm gonna look up where the lost tablet is, because I'm on a tight schedule. Tight, isn't it? And I'm not gonna wander for the last, like, okay, so tablet, locations, resident, hero. I'll do the puzzles and whatever, but I just want to know where they all are. Did I say hi, Narosa? Welcome in. What broadcast room? Huh? He told me the other day that you're his fave Twitch streamer because I forced him to watch all your streams with me. So the only Twitch streamer he watches. So I will take it. The only one and his favorite. I'll take it. That seems to be the case for some other people. They're like, I love you because you're the only streamer I watch. And I'm like, period. Fighting for the spot. Are the rooms not labeled? They're not. Okay. Well, I didn't know there was like an entire community of people that just watch my YouTube VODs and they just like watch them like no tomorrow. And like, they fucking love it. They fucking love it. And I love them. So fucking thank you for streaming my YouTube VODs. I didn't think that many people were going to be obsessed with my YouTube channel. It's just me uploading my streams because I really have no time and energy to do anything else besides streaming because I sit here, get into drag for 2 hours, then stream for 7 hours. So I appreciate it. Billy, you do the work. Oh!
Resident Evil 0.
I was gonna heal him, but then he just dropped fucking dead. Well, at least I know what to do, so. Does anyone have a match? A lighter? Well, damn. Why was he fine 1 second and then like was not the next second? Like what's that about? Billy? Care to inform us? See, he was lying to me. He literally lied. He said, I'm fine. All men do is fucking lie. If you're not fine, then speak up, Billy. Let's talk about it. Let's be mature. Let's discuss our issues. Billy, do you know anything about long-term, long-lasting relationships? It's about being honest. It's about some days we fight, but we don't break up at the hiccups. And we don't drop fucking dead when I'm in my inventory. Stupid Billy. I'm not gonna ask why. Like, I don't know how that just magically gets moved if I do this, but. True that, Lib. I honestly though, I see a lot of did 2 mosquitoes bite you? Yeah, 2 giant fucking mosquitoes on my neck. They fucked me up. I have seen though a lot on TikTok, like there's a lot of more long distance relationships than there were like a couple years ago. It's kind of crazy. I'll see like all these twinks be like, I found my partner. I went to go fly and see him. Like, you guys are so cute. Fuck you. Honestly though, like I kind of love the theatrics of, like, I was telling my sister about this because my sister's in a long distance relationship right now too. I love the theatrics of a long distance relationship. Like, you go see your partner after a couple months, you give each other the space. As long as there's trust, you give yourself the space that you need to do your own things. Then you see each other, you hang out for like a vacation, and then like when you see them, you run to them and you give them like love and affection, and then you're with them, and then you do all these like things because you're together. The theatrics of it is like, it's so cute. I love it. Yeah, I can't. I'm not even gonna talk about National Boyfriend Day. Everybody that has a boyfriend, fuck you. The area we need to go to is the water room, so we go this way. As long as there's trust in a relationship, I'm cool. Like, if I know at the end of the day I'm coming home and sleeping in your bed and you're not sucking someone else's dick, we're cool. Hey, Shay. Actually, I should have just had Rebecca stay. No. Yes. Let's go in here. I should have given Rebecca the tablet and then gone in here as Billy. It doesn't matter, really, does it? I'm gonna take the item and we're gonna leave. We're not even gonna fight this guy. That's an issue. Oh my Jesus. We're gonna leave. Look, we're gonna leave, Billy. Billy, we're gonna leave. Billy, we're gonna leave. Billy, we're leaving. I go. Okay, now we go this way. Come on, Billy. And then it's this way. My face is so itchy. It's literally so unbearable. Where's my fan? Oh yeah, I'm rummaging through my stuff. Here comes the complaints about the noise. Like, my face has been like extra itchy because I don't know. I guess like my eczema has been bad lately. And the seasons are changing, so. What do you mean? I'm right here. Perfect. Yes! Girl, yes! Let's fucking go, Billy. Come here, you bottom. Okay, and we go out. We don't even have room for health, and it's fine. Like, it's fine. It's like literally fine. My sister and I, my sister used to be covered in eczema. Like, we never thought she would be able to, like, Billy, come over here, please. Thank you. She used to have to wear an eye patch when she was little, and she used to have to, like, we used to have to, like, lather her in the eczema cream because it was so bad. Because when she was little, she drank milk and she's allergic to milk, or was allergic to milk when she was little. So it broke her entire body out with eczema, and she had rashes for years to come. Like, I'm glad my sister doesn't remember those years because she used to always be in pain. She used to always cry. She used to always be bleeding. Like, we had to go to doctors and everything. So I have like a form of eczema, but it's not as bad as my sister's was because it was irritated. But it was scary when I was a kid. I was like, she looked like, not to be rude, but my sister used to look like Two-Face because like the eczema literally went like all over the right side of her body. It was so bad. It was like literally scary. If I had pictures, I could show y'all. It used to be really bad on her hand. I remember because she used to like always scratch her hand. We had to get her like a glove when she was little so she wouldn't scratch it. So every time she would scratch it, it would like burn and like it would bleed. And that's what happened. My sister was milk, mine's peanut butter. If I eat peanut butter, I'm near peanut butter or like any nut because I have a nut allergy. It's in the inner corners of my armpit or knee. This isn't your knee. This is my weenus pit. My weenus pit breaks out all over my neck and the bottom part of my face, behind my ears, and under my knees. Elbow, that's what it's called. True. True. I dropped out. Did you know that? Isn't this called a weenus? Well, I don't know if y'all remember, if you're longtime viewers of the channel, I had an eczema scare when I had front page, my first ever front page stream. It was for Twitch Pride 2020, and I had an eczema scare that my eczema has never gotten that bad before, but it was growing pus and disgusting scabs all over my body, on my face. It was the day before my front page stream, first ever in Pedigo. Yes, that's what it was. But it started as eczema and then grew to that. So I had to wear, and this is before the pandemic hit, I had to wear a face mask that was like this. So I'm not saying my mind is so large that I predicted a pandemic that we wear masks, but like it was bad. It was so scary. My eczema's never gotten that bad. And like I'm breaking out now and I have 2 zits and I'm like, am I gonna get impetigo again? I'm scared. No, it was before it. Oh no, it was after. Fuck you, Marshall. Don't correct me. Men should stay silent. Women are always right. Fuck you. What was that? Oh wow, nice of the door to finally fucking open. Oh, it's flooding. How camp. Let's go save. Wait, is the whole mansion flooded? Wait a second. Oh, that'd be gaggy. What the fuck? Hello? Wait, it levitated. We went higher. I don't think she needs this. I think we can just... Okay. I think if we just do the green herb, she'll be fine. Yeah, simple. Whatever, we'll just go the other way. I don't want to go back and save right now. I'm gonna regret it probably, but it's fine. Because now it's gonna be longer to get to where we were, so. Dula peep! What do I hear? I hear a presence. Oh. Bats! You. Bats, because I'm a vampire. Get it? There's nothing to get. Just saying. It's just a fact. Not a joke, just a fact. There's gotta be a save point before we walk in here. I know there is. Hello? Oh, I didn't know this was a puzzle. Excuse me. I was just picking up the shotgun ammo. Excuse me. That is incorrect. I can pick up this item. I have to pee so bad. Oh my god. Go piss, girl. Where is the magnum? We should have gotten that. Like, where is it? I'm doing the BB dance. Oh, so we can't even get into the fucking building? How lovely. Yeah, I'm gonna piss my pants, so I'll be right back. Why is it so cold? It's only October. I feel like this winter is gonna be really bad for me. Just like knowing how cold I get, like I'm scared for me. Oh yes, my Halloween blankie that I sit my dumpy on, but that's another story. Also, these earrings are not catching the light like they're supposed to. They're like cross earrings. I can't like not wear socks around the house. But the worst thing is stepping in water or like something wet while you're wearing socks. Worst thing ever. It's gonna be 70 degrees Friday? Why? Literally, get a hobby. New England winter is hell. You guys don't, like, if you've never experienced New England winter, you just don't get it. Like, I'm so sorry, you just don't get it. Like, lucky Australian boy in the chat gets, the coldest it gets there is like 60 or something. I'm like, I think you would die here if you ever came to the States. I don't even want to think of Canada winter. I don't even want a thought. Is this a path? Oh, it is. Okay, well, clearly the solution is splitting them up. I think Billy's the stronger.
You stay here.
Yeah.
Yeah, very excited about that. It's gonna make me so uninspired. Like, winters are the worst. Like, summer's fun because you can do like summery looks and be like hot and like a slut, but like literally winter here, it's like dark at 2 p.m. Like, oh, okay, great. All right, something's gonna go on in here. What the fuck is it, dude? Who in here? There's an altar here. Despite it being divinity, I sense something ominous about it. Who's in here? Wait, I'm wearing my cross earrings and we're in a church. Oh my god. I love Jesus and God and whoever else is in the Bible. I've never read it. Only used it as a redacted rag. I'm so sorry. Oh, this is a save. Yeah, if my stream schedule goes awry this winter, honestly, it's gonna be because I'm traveling. Like, I will be traveling this winter. I will not be stuck in my room this winter by myself for as long as I did last year. Last year's winter was terrible. I'm gonna try to go to LA and I'm gonna try to go to like fun spots. Like, I want to go somewhere fun. I go to school until Wednesday and I have a 5-day weekend. Slay. That's very slay fierce. I am not in school because I don't like the school system. Oh, Jesus Christ. What is it, a scorpion again? Of course it's a giant bat. Of course it is. 2? Oh, just 1. Hello, buddy. Oh my god, I have to aim. Oh, this is not the T. Oh, you have little bat friends? Oh, this sucks. This sucks, donkey wiener. Woo! I left all the health items in the room by accident. Oh, he's dead. 8. Kara! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Kara. Anybody coming in, my pronouns are she, her. Happy to see you. Here comes the caravan. I'm so happy it's here. And I'm so happy I'm gonna see the Kara Couture IRL soon. How are you doing? How was the stream? Thank you for using the new shoutout thing. That's so fierce. I might get rid of the other one because I like the new one. Just get rid of the shoutout command. Bears, thank you so much for the follow. We're playing Resident Evil 0 right now. We're kind of like more than halfway through. We're trying to finish it tonight. But yeah, thanks for the raid. Ugh. How was your stream? I have no health items. That's lovely. Ah! Something flying at my face, something in my eye. Can I please, for a second, just have a minute? Ugh. Okay, so what do we do now? We killed the bat, which is sad because I thought the bat was really cute. But, you know. Finish Pokemon White! I just have to manage to get through Gen 6 to 8 before Bayonetta 3 comes out and takes over my life. That's T. I'm trying to play Bayonetta 2 because everybody wants me to play it because I played Bayonetta 1 and I'm like, guys, I lost it. Like, I had a copy of it and I fucking lost it. I have no idea where it is. Oh, the bat disappeared. Interesting. But we're currently working through Sun and Moon. So I guess, oh, I could use something to get up there? Like what? Oh, fuck. I know, I have to play Bayonetta 3. Like everybody's been, I think like a lot of the comments on my TikToks and my YouTube channel are you gonna play Bayonetta 3? Are you gonna play Bayonetta 3? I'm like, yes, guys, but also, are you gonna pay for it? Because that's a $60 margin. No, I love Bayonetta 2. What does it want me to use to get up there? Like, hello? I use the altar. Well, is the door unlocked now? Can she get in? To fly. I know I can download it on the Switch store, but I don't want to sync that for... Joy, don't even ask me a joke that I'm not gonna get again. Don't embarrass me on my program. Please. What is the question, Joy? But also welcome and enjoy. Hi. Oh, my chat disconnecting for a second. That's very slay. Okay, well, I'm gonna go outside. Yeah, jump. Do you guys remember moon shoes or moon boots? Those were kind of fierce. Okay, I know that one. I know that one, Joy. You can't trick me with that one. Taste the biscuit. She's kind of mother for that song, honestly. See, I know that one this time. I wore moon shoes to school and I got called the F word, but I thought I was so stunty. I thought I was the one. Maurice from WWE, she has moon boots. She wore them on her snow trip. She went to like sledding with her kids and she wore some pink moon boots. I went, you are the one. She's mother. Like actually mother because she has kids. Just love women. I'm sorry. I'm attracted to men, unfortunately, but I also just want boobs in my mouth. I remember getting them and I was like, this is my life-changing moment. Like, I can't believe this is happening. I'm getting moon boots. Same with Uggs. I got Uggs and I was like, oh, I feel so gender. I want Uggs. I'm gonna put them on my throne. No one's gonna buy them for me, but I want some. I would love Uggs this winter season. Gender, so gender. So, I'd love a trampoline. We used to have a trampoline and then we got rid of it for some reason. And then my mom convinced me it was because like something with insurance. I was like, please, it's a trampoline. Is it that serious? She was like, yeah, but if someone breaks in and they like get on the trampoline and like they, if they break into our house and break into our backyard and go on the trampoline and break their leg, they can sue. And I was like, in what world is someone gonna do that, girl, please? Yeah, I break into your backyard and bounce on your trampoline. I hope my mom's watching. I have 2 Stream Queen members in here right now and they're both going to TwitchCon. Can I ask a question? Are you wearing heels to the convention? And why is the answer no and you're gonna wear flats with me? I'm not fucking wearing heels. I'm so sorry. Not a shout out to my mom. Fuck you guys! Don't wear heels! Fuck you! Another day. Well, I have... Here, I'll show you the shoes I'm probably gonna wear. Because it's right next to me because I packed. Because I'm packing right now. So all my outfits are like... All my outfits are like streetwear. And then I have a gown I'm gonna wear. So I'm gonna wear flats with that because you won't be able to see my shoes. But I'm gonna wear these. Because these are my go-tos for cons. They'll probably hurt my feet a little bit, but like, they're slay. And then I think for my streetwear, I'm gonna wear these ones. They're fucked up, but like, they're just like combat boots and like super cute. But I'm already tall, so I don't think I need more heels. And all my stuff is like casual, like streetwear, and it's like grunge. Which is usually not like the aesthetic I would go for, but for a convention, I don't know. The looks I'm doing are just like Halloween, like fall weather. So they kind of go with that. Oh, are you doing an Elisa cosplay? That's so crazy. Everybody's cosplaying, huh? Well, and then you see on Drag Race, Philippines, there was an Eevee cosplay, which was cute. Lots of Pokemon cosplays lately. Bunny boy, I hate to bother you, but what is the next step I'm supposed to do? I'm so sorry. I give you a smooch. Thank you for your help. Not the hook shot! That thing is so I don't even know where we left it! Oh, it's bad for us. Oh my fucking god. Oh no! Where is it? Oh, it's over, guys. It's literally over.
This way.
Yeah.
All right, we gotta go on a scavenger hunt, Billy. Yeah, I'm bringing a lot of shoes. I usually bring a lot of shoes to like these events. Is that bad? Like I usually bring a pair of flats, a pair of comfy shoes, and then like 3 pairs of heels. I don't know. Like I like to overpack than underpack. Are a lot of people doing cosplay at the con? Is it a smart idea? Probably. I was gonna bring my Birds of Prey cosplay, but I don't know if I want to. I'm still not like convinced on my looks. I don't know. What the fuck? I feel like I'm so underprepared and like I'm gonna flop. Yeah, I gotta find my way to the train wreck. Reassessing my decisions for the convention now. What's that noise? What does that mean? What is that word? I've never seen that word before. What is that? Oh. I thought it was flooded. I was like, how are we gonna get back to the train wreck? No, I don't know. I don't think you understand for my... Oh, cute. I really wanted to do, like, I really wanted to do was Sonora from Genshin. She's like the MILF character and she wears a gorgeous gown and she looks amazing and stunning. I wanted to cosplay her so bad for the con, but I just couldn't like, there were so many things in my brain. I was like, first of all, there'd be a lot of body showing, which like, not like, it would be like high slits and like, I don't want any undergarments showing. Then I don't know, I didn't want a lot of people coming up to me. Like, I'm excited for the con, but I don't want like Genshin, this is gonna sound so like nasty, but I don't want Genshin cosplayers coming up to me and being like, oh, can I take a picture of you, and then like touching me. You know how like some people are just like so like detached from reality and they like they think they can touch you and pull on your wig and hug you. It's like at the club, the gays that think they can do anything. So I was nervous about that, and then I don't know, I thought it was kind of like a bad idea to do Genshin just because of all the like, not controversy, but just like the fandom isn't really the best. Like when I see like, I feel like there's a difference between Sonora because she's like a hot MILF opposed to like a Venti cosplayer. This is so toxic of me to say on the live, but I just have to be honest with y'all. Like I feel like there are so many Genshin cosplayers that are like hee hee, and then they are embarrassing. Like they're so problematic, and I didn't want to like be in that. I just wanted to be like a hot MILF. Well, I guess I'm gonna reevaluate my options for the con. Wise, thank you for the follow. I'm like scared. I'm also like, what's the weather gonna be like? Has anyone seen? Do we know? Ugh, 80s? I had like a puffer jacket I was gonna wear. Damn. I wish I looked that good when I trenched through sewage water. Are you talking about Billy or are you talking about me? Stop looking at the half-naked man. Am I going the right way? Where did we have to go? Oh no, now I'm gonna get lost again. I think it's this way. Well, damn. Which con? I don't think this is the right way. I thought it was gonna be like fall weather, not summer. Not even like a little bit of wind. My looks are like... I'm fucked! I just spent money on a look that's like for cold weather. Well. Anyways, let's get back to the video game. I'm fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. Oh, I will be bringing the deodorant. Oh, it's true. Hey, Michael. Yep. Everybody's been saying that.
I'll go alone.
Okay.
I'm having a lovely time. I'm not having fun tonight. No, it's okay. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
It's my fault.
I'll go.
Okay.
I mean, it's not as bad as it could be. It could be really, really bad. I think it's kind of bearable. It's just like the puzzles I'm like stuck on. Yeah, this is my first run. Oh, wow. Oh, he looks good from the back. Hate to watch him go, but love to watch him walk away. Yeah. Does my hello? Oh, we don't have any weapon equipped. He's just like running around with his hands out. Like, are you okay? Yes. Elevator on. Woo! What now? We unlock the door. Unlock it. Yes! Yes! I leave the hook shot. Sorry, girl. Watch it be like, you need the hook shot again. Oh, Billy can't combine herbs. Come on, he's probably a stoner. Come on, dude. Be real. You will take it? Oh, my fucking dick sucking penis fart. Leave. Another day. Yeah, I like that you can just throw the items down and you're just like IDGAF. Like, I literally don't give a fuck. Yeah, Chris told me to do that too, and I'm just like lazy and I just keep throwing shit everywhere, and then when I need it, I'm like, oh, I need this really bad. Like, uh-oh. Can Billy get down here? Like, one person at a time. I thought he was. Sometimes the game just like forgets that it's in follow mode. And I'm like, all right.
This way.
Roger.
Roger. It's a really narrow hallway. There's a door. Slade. Okay. Yeah. Who the fuck is Roger? Make yourself. You think I'm gonna read that? You're funny. What a nice. How big is this? Oh, so I will need to use the hook shot. See, you think you're clever, don't you? You think you're fucking clever, video game? Watch fucking this, bitch. Eat my wiener and my butthole. Not this. Billy should have came up here. Get off me! Lady got so true. No, Lady will say that too, and I'm like, I just literally DGAF. I don't need that. A collection of leech samples. I don't know if I want to do that quite yet. What the freak? But I also just never read dialogue in any game because I'm, what? Stupid. Can I use this? Oh. Now we're stuck. Okay. Can the leeches F off? Who up playing with their leeches? Where is that guy coming from? Where is that guy coming from? What's happening? Rebecca, I'm gonna be the one to tell you this. You're gonna die. You're gonna die up there. Like, we need you at full health, girly pop. How big is this place? Hello? What is really going on? What? You guys are in. Oh, this is a save point. That's kind of fierce. Guess who has to pee again? Didn't I just pee like 2 seconds ago? What's happening? Valpy, thank you so much for the raid of 5. How are you doing? How was the stream? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. We are currently struggling through the end of this game, but we're gonna finish it and then probably play some DBD afterwards, just because I don't know what else. I don't want to start another game. But we still probably have like 2 hours in this, so. But we're definitely finishing it today. But thank you for the stream. I mean, the raid. But also, I hope you had a great stream. Okay, I'm gonna investigate the other rooms before I do this. It's on my boobs. Kingdom Hearts 2, slay! We have some big Kingdom Hearts fans in the chat, and everybody wants me to continue playing 2 because we started it like 2 years ago and I've never finished it. Hey! Oh, get him. Okay. Oh, there's important information. Oh. 4. Double their numbers. 2. Half. There's something happening. Enjoy your food. What's this? Why is this place so big? When will it stop? Okay. Where are we? What is happening? Why? There's so many rooms! Hello, house music! House music, I'm lost. I got lost. I'm having a meltdown. Like, full meltdown right now. My sugar plum. Girl, who gives a fuck? I'm shocked! I was shocked! This is shocking news. Oh, fucking please. Who cares about Marcus? Fuck Marcus. Just kidding, there's a hot guy in my town named Marcus. Marcus, if you're watching, I want to make out. Who said that? What are we putting in here? No, can I have that? On its way to where? What? What did I just do? What did you just do? That's a Chad Michaels impression for you Chad Michaels stans, because I know everybody here on the network loves Chad Michaels. Hi, Miasma. Do I have the shotgun? I do. I just don't understand. Okay, well, I understand it, but like the thing that's going to harm us is not in the area, so the music, very unnecessary. IJS. You got a little blood on your neck? Where? I can't see it. I think you're crazy. You're fucking crazy. Is that a first aid spray? Give me it. I want it. Please. I got the shivers. We're gonna leave this here. I have 4 health items. Very good tea. Thank you. The main feature is the sleeves, but you can't really see them, but they're like bat wings, so I thought it was like cute for, you know, the vampire look. I wanted to do like a vampire with like, I like wish I had the funds, because I wanted to do like a vampire from the Victorian age, but I just don't have like anything that would look like that, and I don't even know where I would start. Please don't murder me. You're fine. Tell me why your voice is giving me life. I don't know. I just have a soothing, sexy voice, and I'm charming and beautiful and have a lot to offer. And I like money. Okay, I have to pee so bad, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, also house music? Guess what, house music? I have great news for you. My listening ears. Remember that bang piece I was saying everything was relying on? I was like, this rides on the bang piece if it matches the wig. If it's not the right shade of blonde, it's over. And guess what? It's the right shade of blonde, so we fucking won. We won. I was very nervous it wasn't. I got it and I looked it in the bag and I was like, oh my god, it's not. No, like actually, like these looks, the vampire look and the werewolf look, I wasn't expecting to do this year. The looks coming, oh, it's over. Like y'all are gonna gag. Like the looks haven't even started getting good yet. This is just the appetizer, the little teaser, the foreplay. Can I blow that up? I guess I'm gonna go this way, like, Oh, I can't even, okay. It's gonna taste like Mario was in your ass himself. Cannot wait to eat this. Cannot wait to eat this. Are we lost, mother? A tiny bit, but give me one more minute. I think there's a map right here I should probably take. Perfect. That emote? Where is that like transfer thing it wants me to do? You know what I'm saying? Like it wants me to transfer an item to Billy. Like where does that, like where does he pick it up? That is that Barky's emote, House's emote, and then my emote next to each other. Can you send them all three, House Music? I want to see them all next to each other. That was too good. Why did you spell emotional like that? I thought you said I get ethanol. I was like, huh? You get what now? Oh, here it is. No, I'm not one of Lady D's. This hair would be perfect for Lady D's sister, though. Daughters, excuse me. I'm just a vampire tonight. Hee hee. Even though they are vampires. Aren't they vampires? Yeah, they are. I just used that by accident because I'm an idiot, but it's okay. That was a good one. I can make it one. I have emote slots. I have like 20 emote slots I haven't been able to use, which sucks. Damn, I thought that was gonna be it. Excuse me. Ugh, that tasted bad. It's like water, but like melted water with the melted ice in it. Did you guys see this TikTok of this person that said this? It was like a podcast. And it was like, say you're in a very healthy relationship, right? You're like with the person you think you're gonna marry. Like you're gonna be with them forever and you've been dating them for 5 years and there was never an issue. You guys are like the most healthy ever and you've been together 5 years. And then one day he's like, okay, babe, I gotta tell you something. And he's like, I was just like really stupid at the beginning of our relationship. And in the first 2 months of the relationship, he cheated on you, but he never said anything until this point in your relationship 5 years later. What would you do? He's like, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, but I want to be with you. Like, I'm so sorry I kept it from you. But it's 5 years into it. I want to see what everybody has to say before I say anything because I don't want to influence anybody's opinion. Because I'm interested because I loved reading the comments. Sorry. Yeah, you were exclusive. Not a trip to the mall. I mean, to me, for me, para me, spooky me, earth to me, that kind of ruins any type of trust. So I'm gonna be honest, I don't care if it's 5 years, I'm breaking it off. I'm so sorry. Like, you kept that secret for 5 fucking years, dude. For 5 years, you couldn't come out with it. Like, I appreciate you being committed, but in the first couple months, and then like, you did that and kept it for 5 years. That ruins trust. Completely. Listen, and I've been cheated on, and I've stayed in a relationship with the person I've seen cheat on me in front of me and on his phone. So, listen. Been there, done that. But like, be fucking for real. Yeah, like you're getting it started, like it's the honeymoon phase, and like you're like, you want, like you're building something up together. Like the start of a relationship is gonna reflect how it is down the line. To me, if he cheats once, he's cheating again. Like, once a cheater, always a cheater. I'm so sorry. Like, cheaters always cheat. There's never a time that they don't. Sorry, unpopular opinion. Bunny boy, I'm so sorry. What do I do with the capsule? Sorry. If they were okay with keeping it for 5 years, that looks really bad on them. Like, it wasn't a big deal. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you kept it for 5 years, honestly, for me too, like, in my relationships with people, like, everything is built on trust. Like, just be honest with me, be transparent. Like, if he cheated on me in the first couple months and was like, okay, let me come out with it, like, when we were like in it for, I want to say, I don't know, like in that span of those months, and like work through it, and if he wanted to actually work through it, like fine, we could possibly do it. But like keeping it for the 5 years and then coming out with it, like, that's a whole other thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, trust for me is like one of the most precious things. Like, if you ruin it, I hold a grudge. Like, I will never be on that level like we were, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I understand. Use that red tank? What red tank? The right? Oh. Do I put it in here? Oh, I already have it. Oh, I have to get the thing from Billy that I just gave him. This is just a leech. The fuck do I do with this? Hi Goose. Hi Arctic Knuckles. I brought literally everything except goulash. Perfect. Fuck goulash. I don't need it. Thanks, babe. I appreciate. Enjoy your lurk. Thanks for lurking. Hi, Blood Vampire. Do I give the leech to Billy? I just hand him a leech? Here, take it. Why do I give Billy a leech? Poor guy. Put it in your pants. Sorry. I'm not. I'm usually never sorry. All right. Thrilling gameplay. Very good tea. Examine. Look, there's a little leech puss. Look at it. There's like a little. Stick your pee-pee in it. No, they're not. This is like the first, technically the first ever, because it's like the prequel. Oh my god, wait, it does look like a bowl. Oh my god. That's literally what my bowl used to look like. It was blue and it looked exactly like this. Star Child! Oh, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you for the holiday season. Thanks, babe. That's so generous. Enjoy your subs, everybody. Thank you. Oh, I can't scroll up. That's for smoking weed. But this is Billy. Billy's kind of sexy. You probably think Billy's sexy, huh? Billy has a mullet like you, Goose Games. True. What? Why did I just moan? I won! I fucking won! Down with mullets. Fuck mullets. Down with mullets. Fuck mullets. I'm just kidding. Oomfies in the chat with mullets actually look really good with mullets. Okay, I just said you look good with a mullet, Joy. Steak. I never thought I'd hear you say that. Yeah, I have to be nice sometimes, huh? It's a real cigarette. I don't know, Maddie. I think you should, when me and Maddie get mullets and it's Sadie and Lindsay on Total Drama when they put on the mullet wig. That's gonna be me and Maddie. No, you can say it. Go ahead, Goose Games. Say it. Say it. Why don't you take my number that you took and never texted me with and send me an audio message of you saying it. I'll play it for the live stream. How many subs to eat the cigarette? Like 100. I would probably die. Not only 100. It's like plastic. This would rip up my stomach. And there's like sparklies on it. There's like foil. This would kill my insides. I would die. Yes, Goose, I gave you my number because you asked for it and then you did nothing with it. You literally ignored me. Shut, Kelvin, no. I wish Discord would add voice memos. I don't know why they haven't. Hi, Squirt Girl. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. This is pretty. Good and breedable. You heard them. You fucking heard them. Yes!
From the age, that guy could
and then you tweeted about it. Do you not remember all of our conversations? Oh, I'm getting mad. Oh, I'm getting mad. The he-theys in my chat, I can't do it. Goose, are you a fucking Scorpio? Is your birthday coming up? I need an actual cigarette. No, because I don't remember anything you say. How does it feel? How does it feel? Oh, so you only talk to me. You only talk to me when you're under the influence. Okay, got you. That explains a lot, actually. Ooh. Yikes for you. I'm literally Mia Goth right now. You said you fucking won! You're lying to me! She's so me. Mia Goth is real. Shut up, Maddie. The Sims? I've never played a Sims game. I played it like maybe recently for like an hour and that was it. That's as far as I got. Y'all love The Sims. I am not one of them. Sims is just like, no, never mind. I was gonna reference it to something else, but it doesn't make sense, so it's fine. I'm just not a Sims fan. Okay, and that's fine. Just like I'm not a fan of mullets, and that's fine too. Oh my god, that is iconic. You be nothing, garbage new. Like she's so, she's so real for that. Her. You better scream that into the mic. Excuse me, I literally have the key. Watch your mouth. Marshall and I will not have the conversation in front of the children. But you don't even play it. Literally, like, I agree. Call her out. Call her out. Oh. Like, do you mind? Bitch. What have you done, Maddie? You made Nem side with a man. True. So no head. Nope. We just started texting, so. This is not the way I wanted to go. I need more coffee. Who wants to get me a coffee at Starbucks? Who wants to get me Dunkin' Donuts? I haven't had Dunkin' Donuts in like 3 weeks. That's a gag moment. That's gaggy. Dunkin' Donuts. The only thing at Dunkin' Donuts I think are good, ooh, controversial yet brave opinion, is the hash browns. There is nothing else good there. Oh, hash browns, pink drink. That's it. Their coffee is just water. Their food is shit. Besides the hash browns, their donuts aren't even donuts. Apple Pay what? Dunkin' Donuts? Fuck yeah, I do. Open your purse. I'm a fin-dom you. This is me fin-doming all of the men in my chat. They've been saying that for years, Icy Hot. They've really been saying that for years. I know they're joking. Also, do you know you fry a donut? I think you fry a donut. You put it in a fry later. I think. I don't know what this sterilizing agent does, but okay. Now send whole. Just kidding. Everybody, Goose Game's number is... Could you imagine if I just said it out loud? I've heard so many stories about people ordering two of the same drink from Dunks and them looking completely different. That's probably just because everybody is done with their job. No one wants. What? Oh, I'll show. Okay. Yeah, very sexy. I was gonna post it on Twitter, but then I didn't want to subject myself to that vulnerability of that very sexy picture. Exactly. You go to Dunkin' Donuts because it's bad. Like, literally. What is that? Give it to me, baby. Do you? Okay. Is that really necessary? Okay. All right. All right. Back it up, buddy. What? I thought the door was shut. Hey. Yeah, exactly. Have you ever been to a Krispy Kreme? Was it crispy? Wasn't even creamy. When I go there, it's just cream city. Just everywhere. Get help! Do I have to give this to Billy? Does he need a key? That wasn't Duncan. That was not Duncan. I'm convinced the people in Duncan in my area know me and hate me. My sister literally works at one. Not my blood sister, my stepsister. She works at one. So like when we go, I'm like, hi. What is this? Necessary to get the cable car moving? What cable car? Didn't you work there for a day? I swear you did. Don't even trick me. Was it crispy? Oh. Then where did the Dunkin' Donuts story come? Where is the door with the key? Am I crazy? Like, where is it? I love cake pops. I love cake pops. Cake pops in my mouth? Yes. Cake pop? Oh, cake. Like, because you want me to sit on a cake. Wait, no, you want me to sit on a donut. So, where's the consistency, Colwitz? Maddie, shut up. Look what you fucking did, Maddie.
Ow!
I don't know the TikTok. All right? You didn't send it to me, so how am I supposed to know? Yeah. It's your fault. The he, him is loud. Guys, we're gonna be stuck here forever. I'm never gonna finish this game. No, I'm not about to be gaslit. Everybody riles me up, and when I yell I'm hostile, I'm not. It's literally Maddie and Colwitz and Marshall and then everybody else and Goose Games. Especially Maddie though. Fuck you, Maddie. It's the blood loss. True. This is the thanks I get for working overtime. Overtime! Well, everybody, Rebecca's gonna die. And I can't do anything to stop it.
Wondering. Excuse me.
Why did he eat it? Fuck that guy. No! Colwitz, look what you did! Fuck. Are we ever gonna finish this game? Am I close? How much longer do we have? What do you mean 2 more areas? What does that mean? What does 2 more areas mean? Ah. I'm getting comfy. What does it mean? Hello, Avacious. I'm struggling. Is that a Starbucks cake pop? Have you tried not struggling? I am going to sit on glass. You fucking heard me. That doesn't sound too pleasant. Fuck you! I can't keep doing this. I can't. Caliphant, thank you for your generosity. Thank you. I am a girl in need. I'm in need of many things, one being therapy, so thank you for paying for my therapy. Those 5 gifted subs going right towards my therapy. Hi, Cams. Go to the last. I don't even know. Like, I am distraught. I'm struggling. But thank you for gifting subs. I appreciate keeping the lights on, paying for my TwitchCon expenses. I appreciate you. Thank you. We are the reason you need therapy. Okay, I just need to get Rebecca some health and we're fine. Right, guys? Right, guys? Who's having fun? Raise your hand. Modded stream. Just kidding. I don't think I can do that as a Capcom creator. That's not allowed, guys. That's not allowed. Who here likes women? Stop. This looks lovely. Okay. Another day, another day, another day. Would I leave all my ammo here? I guess we're leaving the shotgun bullets. Thank you so much. I actually am a trained singer. And okay, everybody's saying I like women. How do we feel about women? Yeah, that just happened. That emoji? Who fucking blown up my phone? Who is this? Whoever the fuck this is, getting their ass kicked. Let's see who the fuck it is. Kevin! Fuck you, Kevin! Clip that. Clip that because I just said Kevin. Oh my god, love you, babe, miss you. Fake as fuck. That's not the Pisces, that's the Scorpio rising. That's the Scorpio rising talking. Speaking of women, Rhea looked good tonight. I still hate the Judgment Day, but she looked good. True. Okay, we all said women, and then we said we still love women. But what do we think about... Do I have applause? Do I have an applause MP4? How do we feel about feminine penis? Yes! 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 Girl cock! Not the yeah. Yeah, yeah. Where does this dial go? It's femtop fall. It's femtop fall. Like, let's go. Let's fucking go! Also, can we just talk about it? My werewolf pictures, I kind of gagged y'all a bit. I looked so good, and my tuck looked fucking incredible. Like, I know femcock is supposed to be a thing, but I tucked for that. Like, it looked so, like, it looked so good. I couldn't have, fuck you, Laser Jesus. I couldn't have my femcock out because it was sheer, so if I didn't tuck, you would have saw my balls. My panties started tingling when I saw it. True. Just sopped. Our community's something. I love us. Someone walks in and is like, what the fuck? Our sponsor is probably looking at the chat like, what the? Speaking of, my code is boosted on G Fuel from October 13th to 17th. So you can get a discount of 30% off. Pretty good deal, pretty epic, pretty slay. So true, Maddie. What is the combination? Buddy boy, tell me the combo right now. Everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, or the National Anthem. Femcock, femcock, girl cock supremacy. Girls with the big fat juicy cocks are so sexy to me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
A dragonfly.
That was an original song. Y'all should be honored I performed that for you. Hi, Third Sight. I fucked up. No, fuck the Sanderson sisters. Who gives a fuck? Sorry. I'll watch it someday. What is it? 4-8. I lost it. Chat went too fast. I would do that for my Drag Race talent show performance. Period. How old were you guys when... Do you guys remember where you were when LMFAO released their I'm Sexy and I Know It music video? Do you guys know where you were?
Maybe I could use this.
Do you remember?
Rebecca here, over.
Billy, I found something here that might make you happy. It's an aerial cable car.
Really? That's great. Now we can get out.
Yep, let's regroup as soon as possible. Over.
Roger.
You don't remember where you were? Okay, well that's unfortunate. Well, I remember where I was, and it was the first time I ever saw a penis. And I was like, yes. Holy moly. I remember watching that on my family's computer and being like, no, me too. Like the way their dicks flop in the Sexy and I Know It music video, I was like, holy fuck, I'm horny. Like on the family computer, like the and then every time it would come on like the MTV, like remember when MTV used to just play music and that was the only way you could like listen to music? Bitch, I'm fucking old. Like you could only watch music videos if they came on MTV's like channel and like watch them over again. Bitch, I would stare at that TV and I was like, when the fuck are they playing Sexy and I Know It? I love LMFAO, and I was just there like, they're so fucking hot right now. Literally, I was so unhinged. Do you remember the old YouTube? That was a time. Is there a health spray in here? Yes, there is. Pinball was good. Not as good as... Did you guys ever have, on the family computer, did you hear the rumors about the webkin? That if you went into the doctor's office and webkins, that it would kill your webkins? Y'all remember that? Or was that just like a local thing? I remember like the conspiracy theory videos of like everybody being like, don't take your webkins to the doctor. It will kill you. It will kill the fucking webkin. I literally can't find the store we have to go into. It's actually making me mad. I think it's this one. I played them all. I played so many of those games. I'm gonna save before we do this. Like, I'm afraid. I probably won't be streaming, but have a good day, Marshall. I played WeWorld. I played Fantage. I played it all. Like, I was up in all of that. Me too! I forgot about that. Oh, that Barbie game too when I was younger was good. Barbie, whatever. It was like an MMO online. So, what's the issue? Oh, I thought I used the hook shot. I miss games of that era. I wish they wouldn't like modify them. Like I know the new web Club Penguin has like new stuff in it. I'm like, stop. Like, what the stop? Like all the games from the old era. Like I don't want remakes. I want ports. Like I want the I want all of that janky like polygons and shit. I don't have the hook shot. Oh my fucking god. Do you guys remember that game on Addicting Games of beating the shit out of that buddy? It was like Addicting Buddy and you would like beat the shit out of him and level him up. It was like a gray blob guy. That was my shit. Something's very wrong with me because I liked it, but I forgot the hook shot up the fucking stairs. My god, I can't. Billy, go get it. Literally just go get it. Get the hook shot, then we can fucking be done. Yeah, remember when Pop Tropica was good? I tried playing it recently and you can't play any of the older islands. You can't play any of the older islands anymore. They got rid of them. And also, Pop Tropica's on Steam. Like, you can buy it on Steam. No, everybody sends me Total Drama stuff. Like, anytime anybody, like, I get all the Total Drama stuff. I love it. I'm a stan. Pop Tropica's on... Yeah, I don't know why. It's very bizarre. It's supposed to have all the islands on it, but some people in the reviews were saying they don't have all the islands on it. Like the retro islands. I'm starving. My stomach's making noises. All right, we're all gonna band together and get me food right now. Everybody donate. Okay, I kind of look incredible. I'm so sorry. DoorDash is probably gonna be better. Oh. I'm trying not to order groceries because I'm leaving in like 3 days, so I'm not trying to order groceries. I remember making my Total Drama Island character for the season 1 finale and being mad I didn't win. So you like to roleplay too? Roleplay. Sexy roleplay. I used to draw my own Total Drama Island character. What Dunkin' Donuts is open at 11 o'clock at night? Oh, they close in 10 minutes. Right. Right. Uh-huh. How late is this one open to? Why do they all close at 11? How dare you? My stomach is making the rumblies. What? That's not real. Fuck you. You're mean. You lied to me. I want a pink twink. Pink twink. And I want... I really want food. Caramel. Caramel, yes. Caramel swirl. Yes. Yes. Watch how many hash browns I'm about to order. IDGAF. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't care. I want some for tonight and some for tomorrow morning. Actually shouldn't order this, so I'm gonna put my phone down because I don't have the money for it, so I'm gonna put that away. I do. What TwitchCon coming? No. I'm gonna be broke as fuck. And I just paid like an extra 100 to get Halloween stuff. What am I doing in this room? Paradise Walker, thank you for the follow. What is that? Output regular coil? Where's the treat stream? I used to have it, but people were saying it wasn't safe. So I got rid of it. There's DoorDash gift cards on my throne. You just do that. Is this it? Oh, it has to be. What is with Resident Evil and a cable car? This is like, I feel like every game they have a cable car in it. What's happening? What is this trope? The girlies are using Cashapp. My Cashapp is, you know. What are you talking about? Who's he? Who is he? Do you want to elaborate? Is there someone behind me? What were we even talking about? We weren't even talking about being socially oppressed. I was talking about I wanted fucking Dunkin' Donuts, you freak. I was talking about how I want hash browns. You don't like fucking hash browns? You're sick. Paradise Walker. More like Paradise I hate hash browns. Wow.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? That is so funny. Like, actually, that is so funny. Talking about how morally oppressed he is. First of all, who the fuck is he? I'm in a wig and I got boobies on. I know that doesn't define gender, but hello, I'm representing femme. Open your fucking eyes. Everybody in chat is using she, her pronouns for me. It's not that fucking hard. Second of all, literally talking about DoorDash, you fucking idiot. My Face ID isn't working. Okay, let's see if we can get this. Sorry, I won't order DoorDash because I'm typical streamer of 2022 talking about how oppressed I am. I'm sorry, I won't actually order it. Because, you know, it's just so hard. It's so hard using DoorDash. Just so tumultuous, traumatizing. It's difficult some days to wake up and open this app and, you know, stream and talk about hash browns. Can I get a bagel? I just want a plain bagel. Oh my god, I'm about to sneeze. The delivery fee is the worst. Like, my order is, in total, I think, like 20 bucks, and the delivery fee is like 16. Girl, please. This person getting my order is probably gonna be like, who the fuck is getting Dunkin' Donuts breakfast this late? Me, bitch. The actual crickets in the game right now is kind of funny. Hash browns en route. Oppression defeated. Yes, they are en route. The hash browns are. And thank you everybody that sent money. I appreciate it. Like this. What is that? Oh, it's another monkey. Monkey! Girl. Oh, Rebecca! 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 Oh, Billy! Uh-oh. What's happening? Oh! Get off me! Oh my god. Why does he have so much health? Stop! Oh my god, I have no ammo. What is your issue?
Ow!
Oh fuck. I dodged it, my mind. I gotta keep my eyes on this because it's probably gonna get canceled or something. Not see. Whoever just donated me to Cash App saying that the donation the donation is for being oppressed. Thank you. I'm grieving. I'm struggling. I can't believe it. Oh my god. That's funny. The monster had sticky hands. Sticky hands. Those were a classic. Those were a classic. I'm not really understanding what the issue is happening right now. Were you silent or were you silenced? She was mother during that interview. Thinking about how like all my favorite memes are Oprah. She's so mother. Me struggling to go through here, please. So is Billy just like dead? We just leave without him. I can't even switch to him. Girl, he's fucking dead. Oh, gasp. Thank you. I really liked it. I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did, but I really liked it and I thought it shot beautifully. So I'm actually, so I used to do all my photo shoots down here in front of where I'm set up right now because of the lighting, but I have another set of studio lights that I had upstairs and I shot it in my mom's office. So it was kind of like, if you saw the unedited picture, you'd be like, oh my God, but like, I hung up a curtain and like took pictures in front of it. Oh my God, I'm so gassy. And it looked really good. I thought it shot really nice and did really well for the setup I was in. I think it's like one of the best shoots I've done in terms of like quality. I wanted it to be more bloody. I couldn't find my heart. Like I usually have a heart like prop and I wanted it to like be biting into it with blood, but it was already like really late when I did the shoot and I was like, I can't, I'm good. Fine. What does this guy have, a gun? Finally, the Magnum! Yeah, I know. A special someone said he likes when I do skinnier brows, so I'm doing a special brow. I like the skinnier brows. I usually don't do a skinnier brow. So I think they look cunt when I do like a skinny brow. And I hate covering my eyebrows, but lately I just love trying new things with makeup, like just having fun with makeup. That's why if I start later in the day, that's why, because I like to take my time with my makeup now. Before I was just like throwing makeup on and like doing shit like just to get into drag and like be on stream faster than like thinking about the look, but it's so much more. I'm happier with the content when I take my time. And my new makeup like setup is really nice too. It helps with the process. I thought those were eyes and it scared the fuck out of me. I literally thought I was gonna, oh. But also, I think one of my best looks ever is my red bride look from a couple years ago, and I did makeup like this. So I think this just like makeup style I do is like a winner. Like messy and like fucked up, but like precise. What am I gonna do? I can't have Rebecca walking around. I literally have to leave this. Bye, shotgun. I'm mad as fuck that got me. I'm mad as hell. That actually scared me. That is so... Why did that fucker run up like that? Why did he run up like, my turn to play on the Xbox? I can't. The way that actually scared me so bad. Oh my god, there's two! Moving on. I love Lady so much. I wish Lady was going to TwitchCon. Like, I would literally spend so much time with them. But I'm really excited to spend time with Marisol and Minx. And Joy. And Kara. Like, I'm excited to hang out with everybody. I don't know what everybody's plans are, though. Like, I'm literally just, like, going, just gonna be like, so what are we doing? Me and Mifa will just be, like, walking around with everybody. Yeah, I'm playing on easy mode. I have no shame. I literally have no shame. The factory. Everybody still awake? Everybody falling asleep? Am I boring you all? Perfect. No fucking pissing. Piss your pants. Piss your pants. Leave. Examine. The tag reads you. That show is scary. It's tightly sealed. I'll show you tight. Sorry. I like that everybody just describes me like that lately. You are so, and then it's just blank. Just silence. True that. I can't tell if I like this off the shoulders or if I like it on the shoulders more. I think it resembles a bat more when I have it more up here. I wish I had just like shoulder pads so I could just put them in stuff. I'd put them in this. True. You actually are kind of right. I hope my friend gets on Dragula season 5. I know Titans is premiering, but like, didn't they send out a casting call for season 5? I hope my friends get on it. I beg. Oh. What is that? Where was that? Fuck. Sorry. Oh, someone did pick it up. It looks like. What is about to happen? Nem versus the camera. Fighting for my life against this camera right now. Okay. Hello? Okay. No worries. No worries, no rush. See you when you're here, thank you. Okay. What's your favorite scary movie? Stop. The Saw movies actually scare me. Like, I don't like watching the Saw movies. They scare me. I'll never forget, like, I was watching the Saw movies and the part that he, like, abducts the people and, like, is in their closet and he, like, just, like, gas masks them and then kidnaps them. So scary. Scary. It's scary. I don't like it. Okay. The outfit change? Okay. Girl?
Don't shoot!
Who the fuck is this?
You're alive.
Are you okay, Rebecca?
Where is everyone?
Ugh.
They should have arrived here before me. Haven't you seen them? That's unfortunate. If we go straight from here, we should arrive at an old mansion which Umbrella uses for research. Come on, let's go.
We've been there.
Wait, I've got to find Billy.
Billy Cohen? You mean you found that criminal?
Yes, but we got separated and...
No point worrying about him. He won't make it. Come on, let's go.
Who is
Sir,
this?
please. I need to find him.
Oh, the
Don't
romantic
worry,
music.
I'll catch up with you.
Rebecca...
She's down bad.
All right. Just be careful.
I thought he was about to get murdered.
I never saw him again.
You never saw who again? That guy? Or Billy? I'm scared, you guys. What is this? Oh, perfect. No, I haven't searched this area, you fucking idiot. What elevator key? Okay. Where is Billy? Listen, spoilers. I know he doesn't die, so like, where the fuck is he? He's in Dead by Daylight. Just kidding, he's not. Why is he not in Dead by Daylight? Like, actually, why didn't he come out with Rebecca? He should have been an alternate costume. Like, I'm being dead. Serious. Hashtag into the fog. I want to be a fog whisperer. Let's go. Let's get it trending. Temple Run. Farmville x Dead by Daylight. If they make Helena a DLC in Dead by Daylight, that'll gag me. I'm so sorry. I don't want it, but it'd be funny. Yeah, if I need them to add Sherry and Jake to DVD. Do that challenge. Do a Dead by Daylight Resident feet.
What is that?
Just feet in the camera. I think we should get going. Rebecca, move! Girl, run! Oh, he has a dumpy too. All the foot shots. Okay. Capcom loves feet. Street Fighter. Like, what are they? Dan Schneider? Watch me insta-kill it. Watch. Oh! Oh! Beat the fuck out of her. Oh! I should probably get out of this corner. I don't think it's a good spot for us. Okay! I won. I murdered it. Oh my god, he's not dead. Oh, he's just backing it up. It's Friday? Fuck. I'm supposed to do that. Feet Fighter. I will be playing. I want Ryu to like step on me. Sorry, he's hot. And I'm not sorry about it. And Jury. Jury too. Jury's hot. I love women. Girl! What floor are we on now? 3? I'm going down.
Playtime is over. You and your friends no longer amuse me. Good riddance. Now nothing will stop me from getting my revenge.
This anime boy. There's a new Guilty Gear game? Since when? I love Guilty Gear. I'm excited though. I didn't know it was this Friday. I'm not gonna be home! I'm gonna be in San Diego! Well, she's down bad for him. Billy, wake up!
No, Billy!
Her just yelling for him as... Okay. Girl, I can't. Like, what are we really doing? The he-him is allowed. I want to play Bridget. I love her. Trans legend. Thank you for clipping that. I can't wait to see it. Bitch, she gets smacked. Yeah, I want to record the data. Oh my god. My god. Okay, we can put this down. What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? We should pick up these herbs because I feel like we're gonna fight something large. I don't want to fight an underwater thing. Ugh. What is this? I'll take it for now because we have inventory spots, I guess. This humming is gonna put me to sleep. I love humming noises, like a fan running, like ambient noise. The power needs to be turned on. Hello? Oh, I remember seeing someone do this puzzle. Is this Plinko? Ah. I was so close. That wasn't too bad. So pretty. So bright. Oh wow. Are they dead? Oh, perfect. I want a Molotov. Give it to me. Oh my god. Favorite final girl? Okay, Colwitz. You know, I was actually gonna honestly answer that question, but you know what? Fuck you. Twink, parentheses, derogatory. Do I have a gasp MP4? I don't. Wow. I miss my my sound effects. Come back. I feel like this next part we're gonna fight. We're gonna do battle. And he's gonna get in a fight. Was I right or was I right? Okay. You beast. You are a wildebeest. Hey, listen here, but okay. Can you stop? Like, get a job. It's still alive? Okay. Bitch! literally just smacking me. Smack cam. Do you ever want to slap someone? Like, not for like, well, maybe. I want to like record me slapping someone so it could be like used for a meme. I volunteer. Okay, you guys are taking it in the dirty way. In a funny way. The answer is still yes. I saw this like not safe for work thing on Twitter one time, and it was some guy like slapping someone else in bed, and then like he literally got like it hurt him, so he was like, I was like, damn. Like they started fighting while they were fucking naked. I was like, y'all WWE wrestling right now. It's kind of funny. Well, we don't have Billy right now, so. Oh, I have no idea. I saw it one time and I was like, oh, that's funny. Thank you for the follow. Max. Just wondering where I can find on Twitter. I don't know. I don't like stuff on Twitter because then it shows up on people's pages. So I used to like anime hot guys shirtless, but then it started showing up on people's feeds and being like, Nemesis is making my feed flooded with like naked anime boys, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll just like stop liking things on Twitter. I've learned my lesson, I guess. I think that is the one, yeah. Sometimes I'm like, am I allowed to talk about these things on this website? But then it's like, some people are literally, that's what makes Twitter fun. No, literally. I think that's the only thing I would make another account for if I just want to like art and not feel like I'm flooding someone's page, or like retweeting a bunch of art, or like not safe for work stuff. I think that's what I would do. But then it would enable like being sad tweeting. That's why I hate the fucking circles and close friends. So I'm trying not to use them. I know, like, where is he? That's what a lot of people are saying, like their alt becomes their main. Like I know Lee Dawson said that too, like his main account is more, his alt account has more than his main now. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, especially being an influencer, like some of my fan base on Twitter are obviously like not 18 plus, so I don't want to facilitate stuff like that, so I don't even like engage in it on my main account. Great. No, I really want to play Tormented Souls. I really want to look into it. It looks really fun. I think it's on my Steam wish list. Yeah, I love the look of it. It looks really good. This puzzle is... Hello? Oh my god, she can't move the boxes. I need what's his name. Yeah, we're gonna play the original Dead Space this Halloween. So I'll have my answers. I know there's a System Shock remake as well coming. Other way. Fuck my ass. Titty 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 titty. I hope they get my order right. If I get the wrong order and I paid all that money, I'm gonna be so upset. The DoorDashers here, not great. I don't think there's a door. You sure, honey? It blends in? Do you really see it? I literally cannot. Oh my god, it does. I didn't even see it. Ew. Who shitted? Ew, stop. Is Billy okay? Like, we are in, like, hell right now. We are descending the heavens.
Billy!
Oh, he's wet. Sorry. No, give him mouth to mouth. I'll help.
Rebecca, where am I?
You're safe now. Are you okay?
Oh, he looks so hot. Help.
What could have done this?
They must have been used as test subjects in Marcus's research. He must have kept messing around with the mother virus.
Billy?
His heavy breathing. Ooh. He looks hot. He's hot. Awooga, awooga. All right, another area I can get lost in and have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Very fun tea, very wig. Wet floor? You're telling me. Please. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, so Billy, we need you to go to down. Down. We need him to push the crate Nope, Rebecca, you should
Let's split up.
Okay.
stay up there. I don't know why you climbed down. Well, I fucked up. Can you go? Wait, my mind? Will a box fit? Like, do we need 3? That makes me so sad. I was so close. So you want to use... Not a big fan of this section of the game. Fuck. This puzzle, all my brain power in it. Like, are you kidding? I think I see. Is there seriously not enough room? Billy, you can fit. You can literally fit. Oh, I see. Wait, then how do you move? Fuck. Can you move both boxes? Oh my god. Every solution, I think, just doesn't work, and it's so annoying. Really? Like, what? I feel like the blue box goes in that little, like, corner thing. Does it not? Then, like, how do you... Can I... Welcome in. Stuck on a puzzle. Not pleased. I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. Can I push this back? Why is this puzzle using all of my brain cells? Hello? Yep, thank you. The food has been acquired. I'll be right back. Hashi's acquired, I believe. I sure hope so. There's an entire fucking bag right here. Yeah, you got it. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Whoa, whoa! I'm still doing the puzzle. I just went to go get my food got dropped off, so I had to go get it. It's so cold outside right now. Fuck. Wait. There's no way I can do this now because I fucked it up. I thought I had the solution, but there's no solution. Actually, there was a solution and I could have done it, but I fucked up. I was so close. Oh my god. This sucks. Like, I'm not having fun. Is there a fucking bagel in here? There's some hashies. And they're burnt hashies, my favorite. This'll put me in a better mood. I pray to God this is the solution, or I'll fucking rip my hair out. Oh, I should have had him stay down. Just had Rebecca. I should have, like, I should just have Rebecca do this. And what? I forgot I'm playing. I can do two at. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Oh, well, now I can't. Hold on. I think I'm wasting my time again. Can't we just have her fill it up with the water on it? Don't tell me no. Yeah. The amount of ads on IGN's website, like, please. IGN, please. Oh my god, I literally can't even like look at this website. There's so many ads. Like, die. Like, hello? I'm just looking up Resident Evil 0 walkthrough. The World of Warcraft ad. True. Well, here it is. I found it in the walkthrough. You want the blue box. Against the wall. Billy goes down. Want it against this wall. Rebecca turns it. To what side? To the right? The left, whatever the fuck it is. Hello, you're the tutorial. Can you do the right fucking thing, please? Oh, so this is a walkthrough, but you do the wrong thing in the walkthrough. Okay. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thoroughly enjoy that. I want more hashies. I deserve it. Billy, get down there and do the work. Mm-hmm. Best hash browns ever invented. I don't make the rules. Gotcha, so I have to do everything I did before, but just do it without moving the box. I'm gonna take my time. Mine's definitely Lindsay, but like Heather is a close second. I think Heather is such a good written villain, and her story arc from 1 to 3 is so good. Like she's just Mother. I also really like Courtney. I feel like Courtney should have won Total Drama Action, but that's just me. Kind of robbed a little bit. Like, Beth winning is the worst thing they've ever done. It makes me so mad to this day. Literally, it was supposed to be Lindsay versus Duncan. But unfortunately, Lindsay's voice actress had to take hiatus. But like I said before, I think we've talked about it. Like, I think Lindsay should have just done like no voice gimmick at the finale. And then it would have been camp. Really, all of that for a fucking wheel. Like, please. Dramatic much? I don't even talk about All Stars. Like, All Stars is a train wreck.
Come on.
Okay.
And also, like, Courtney kissing that random guy on All Stars, that was bizarre. She wouldn't have done that. Hello, Elvon. Thank you so much for the follow. The camera angle is making me struggle right now. Went the wrong way. Whoop-de freaking do! I still haven't finished it, but I'm glad Lightning didn't go that far, because I didn't think he was a great character, and the way he won season 4 was stupid as fuck. I'm just glad he didn't. God bless. And Cameron. Like, no. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. Yeah, I don't get it. It's bizarre. Well, and Izzy said she was afraid of heights in one season, and then in the next one she wasn't. So it's getting weird. Can I go up this staircase? Good afternoon, welcome in. We're struggling through the rest of this game, but we're doing it. I really don't like him. I'm so sorry. But I didn't like the winners of All Stars either. Like they should, I think Zoe and what's his name should have won all season 4, and then Courtney should have won All Stars. Courtney and then Gwen double win. I think they should have made it so Gwen is the first ever in history to win twice. She deserves it. I forgot Lindsay's in that season of All Stars. Because she gets first eliminated. Stupid. No, Gwen totally is. Well, have you seen the thing of the compiled assessment of that Heather, Owen, Duncan, and Gwen have the most written time? Oh, and Courtney. They have the most written airtime, and Heather has the most out of all the characters. She's the most on-screen character of any season. Also, Heather not being on All Stars. Wait, no, she was. Sorry. Her and Ale had a weird storyline, and she got robbed. Lashana not being there is weird. Owen, thank God. I'm an Owen hater. Please don't even, I will literally get mad. I hate that man with every fiber of my being. I'm so sorry. I just hate him so much. Marshall, I'm literally fucking struggling. I don't even need this shotgun ammo. We lost the shotgun. It's gone. Who cares? First aid spray. Is that a naked lady on the... Hello? Rebecca, can you move? Holy shit. Boobs. I like that you've been gone, Marshall, and I did maybe like one tiny section of the game because I got stuck on a puzzle. It's kind of pathetic, but whatever. I guess I'm doing good. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Rebecca, shoot them! You flop. Rebecca, do something, please. Gondola terminal. The motherboard. The mother. Oh, I guess Rebecca's just staying up there. Thanks. It's fine. I didn't want you down here anyways, I guess. Huh? Oh my. Feet! See, more feet! Capcom loves feet! Oh my. Thanks for hanging, Narosa. I appreciate the lurk and the... Hey, the... Oh! He did the interfere roll. Okay. He's getting the shit kicked out of him right now. And he's fine. And just like that, he's fine. Oh! Hello? Oh, I kind of cheated it. My mind. This is Resident Evil 0. Blah. Booty so big. Lord, have mercy. Can I go through this door? Oh, wow. Please have some good stuff in here, some goodies. I did, but we never finished it yesterday. Hello? I think we're at like the last section of the game. We're pretty close to the end. Maybe like 30-40 minutes. Could be sooner. Depending on if I get stuck on a puzzle again. And how focused I want to be. Hey Rebecca, just standing there. Thanks for your help, girlfriend. I do, we have a lot of games we're gonna play this season. Thank you, Star Child. I appreciate you hanging out. I'm happy you were here. Thanks for hanging. What is this? You're gonna have Rebecca get in that bitch? You're funny. I mean, why not, Rebecca? YOLO, am I right, girlfriend? I wouldn't say realistic, but it's pretty fun. It's something, all right. I really like the graphics too, though. They're really fun. I think my favorite Resident Evil is 5. Okay. The frog? Whoa! What the? Oh my god, I saved so long ago!
Resident Evil 0.
How far back are we? I have to do that tyrant fight again. What area is this? Went the wrong way. I'm mad that literally killed me in one hit. Like, actually mad. It really shouldn't have, but fine. It's whatever. Thank you, Marshy. It's like fried, but okay, I literally don't have the patience for this right now. Like, I'm actually so mad not combining all of this stuff. Just give me the first aid spray and I'm gonna hit it. Aren't you tired? Yeah. Especially after that. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So I redo the tyrant fight. I send Rebecca over the gondola. Well, I am wearing makeup that is supposed to make me look exhausted, so maybe don't say that because it's kind of fucking rude, but appreciate your comment. Oh, is he still fine? It's funny. What, he's still alive? I can't believe that frog insta-killed us. That is so annoying. Like, actually, WTF. I was like, oh my god, it's so cute, and then it literally ruined my mood. How dare. I thought people liked this game. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like everybody's coming into the stream and is like, oh, good luck, girl, you're playing this game. I thought y'all liked this. Like, I thought it was like a classique. I guess not, huh? Maybe. If I die here from this frog again, I'm calling it. All right, that's enough. I'm like actually done. I don't care how close we are to the end of the game. I'm done. I'm not redoing that. We beat the game. Oh my god, wow. He throws his handcuffs because he's a cool guy. He then lays down for Rebecca to give him a
That
blowjob.
must be the old mansion that Enrico was talking about. I guess it's time to say goodbye. Officially, Lieutenant Billy Cohen is dead.
Yeah, I'm just a zombie now.
That's real funny, considering there's zombies walking. Not the salute. Can y'all just kiss? You guys are fucking losers.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Not a thumbs up. Oh, please. You fucking nerd. Get no pussy. So you're telling me she goes from Resident Evil 0 from exploring a mansion to doing Resident Evil 1 where she explores another mansion? Girl's booked and busy. Literally, like, what? Anyways, thanks for bearing with me through my exhaustion. That game just wore me the fuck out. Literally. And like, what? Well, that's our first game of 13 Streams of Halloween. So glad we did that. I'm so glad every year when we start out, we start with a not great game. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that terrific? Isn't that amazing? It's a tradition. So we just got to keep it going. So next year we'll play a super shitty game. I am gonna end because I would like to stream tomorrow again and get one more lookout before I go to TwitchCon. We set the standards low so we can get better. For the rest of 13 Streams of Halloween, if anybody is wondering, it only gets better. I will say, I think tomorrow we are going to debut one of my favorite looks we're going to do for 13 Streams of Halloween, and we're going to play Mortuary's Assistant, because it's a one-off stream. I'm pretty sure we can get it done in one stream, or at least one of the endings done in tomorrow's stream. Then we'll play some Dead Space. We have Resident Evil 3, Bayonetta 3 at the end of the month with Resident Evil. Hopefully gonna play Fatal Frame 2. Honestly, I'm gonna look at some more games to get in here. Yeah, there's a Discord. If you do the exclamation point Discord, it should work. Will the next look have Mommy Milkers? No, I'm sorry, but the Mommy Milkers will make an appearance back for a certain look that I don't want to say right now, but I will be using them, I think. I'm just gonna end. I know we got some raids, but I'm really tired and I don't have like the social battery to send someone's chat to like end my night. So I'm just gonna end now and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Photo shoot will be up tomorrow morning, and I will see you guys tomorrow because I want to stream one last time before San Diego. So I'll see you guys then. I'll see you on the next one, and good night, everybody.